Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today, we will be working on more Insignia dev. I have been thinking about the great grey boxing, potentially, jumping ahead and grey boxing a bunch of content for the rest of the game during, I guess, the time between now and release, trying to prioritize just knowing what the game will be. Less enthusiastic? I'm sorry. I can make it more enthusiastic. I'm just a bit confused by my hair right now. I did have a shower a little earlier and it's just sitting in a weird way. What is this? I don't know what this is. All right. So yeah, we will be, this is just where we're at in production, is just being able to prototype the rest of the game so that we can play something through to the credits and scope out what's left so that we can delegate it to people. So I've been thinking about that mostly. Although this morning I've been doing a lot of work on just fine-tuning some of the the systems for combat to make the grey boxing easier. And I'll talk about that in just a little bit. First of all, I want to say a big welcome and thank you to Bilbo Swaggins and Robin Rumbershead for being our very earliest birds in the chat. I want to say also a big thank you to anybody who happens to be lurking on YouTube. Welcome. Also, big thanks to GT Tomato for the most recent follow and Chronicle for the most recent subscription. Welcome. Alrighty, today, no meetings. We're just going to be working. And that means that because it's Friday, we get to do some fun stuff too. If we get to it, like I'm not about, forcing us to do stuff we don't want to do. All right. So, shall we just kick off with what we want to do today? Just open up the schedule. So what I have been doing, one second here today, mostly was working on combat revisions, refinements. I was doing a little bit of earlier on ability prototyping. Some Friday fun. Yeah, we'll see. So this is kind of like the refinements that I'm talking about have to do with system complexity. And complexity is one of those things that can be a double-edged sword. Complex can mean deep. It can also mean overladen. So, as in complicated. So I'll give you an example. We have this Lynxen enemy, this Lynx style guy, and he has these abilities, right? Has these attack animations, and the attack animations have hit boxes like this, or hurt boxes, and guard boxes like this. And previously, every single black diamond on every blue layer, I was assigning an amount of damage that got mitigated when you hit that box. So it would be like only 10% vulnerable instead of 100% vulnerable to make it more defensive. But it meant that if I wanted it to be consistent across the character, I'd have to place that number, that mitigation amount, the same amount in every single box on every single frame of every single animation that he's got. Every one of these black diamonds on blue lanes. That doesn't make any sense, right? And in fact, if this is something where we can set some kind of a goal or like a rule and then build all of the enemies around the same rule, I can save myself from having to type numbers into hundreds of hitboxes, right? We could just say, well, maybe it's just every time you hit a guard box, if the attack was guarded, they take 5% damage. So that's what I did this morning. Stuff like that, where it'll just make keeping the game consistent and bug-free a lot easier down the road, because it's made of simpler rules rather than lots of exceptions. So that's one of the things that I'm working on. And I'm testing it right now, actually. That's literally what I'm doing. So right now, he's taking no damage, which means the number that I chose was a little too aggressive. If I go to the damage checker, I've got it at 0.05, which is 1/20th of the damage that you otherwise would have done. Maybe 1/20th is a little too much. We can go for like 10%. Or we can round up. Yeah, I think if the number... one way we should do this is to say if... Okay. Int mitigated damage equals that, and then we return just like that, but as an int. This way, if he's guarding, we will do at least 1 damage. I'm not sure though why we're getting 28 points of damage on these. That's what I'm really confused by. Like, that's a lot of damage right now. So why sometimes is it, you know, less or more? Outcome equals calculate outcome debug.log damage debug.log explaining damage. Hey there, Monitory. So, like just then, okay, we have different levels of vulnerability. I suppose we should check this later in the life component when it's calculating resolve collisions here. Base damage of 15 and vulnerability of 0.25. So for me, that doesn't make much sense. So what we want to do is go to collision info, and we need to look at all the components that make up what happens to damage. So it's wait a second. Why is this 0.5? What? That's not what I want. 0.1. It changed my logic. All right. Okay, so now it's 1. Oof. Dude, I am absolutely stoked with how well this has come out. I feel like I can do stuff in the game right now. It looks like a movie, you know, the way this fight looks. Like block, attack, roll, counter attack, air combo, bounce off the floor. 1, 2, 3. Oh. And then like bad blocking. Like if you get the wrong counter, you get that clank, and then he combos you. Oh, it just looks so good. It's so like, it looks dynamic, you know? It looks like expressive. That's what I was looking for ages, you know? And if you spam attack, you just take way too much damage. You can't really reliably spam attack. Although I'm not sure what that is. There's something that I'm trying to solve here, where sometimes just by spamming the attack button, I can knock him down. Oof. I'm not sure what the context is where that's happening. No, you can't really spam. It's pretty locked in. Although that I don't like. Sometimes the big parry at the end doesn't connect. Like, why did that? I'll have to pause it. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Nope. Try that again. This is gonna be tough. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that didn't, but that did. That's fine. If he hits the ground and takes poise damage, that's okay. 1, 2. Yeah, like, what happened then? Why did he fall over then? I don't know. And then this, if I look at this, okay, that did it. It broke him and he went into poise. But sometimes he doesn't do that. Like then. I suppose the attack didn't really... I suppose he was already getting up at that point, which is no big deal. And that was fine. Is it because we miss? I think this will do the same thing again. It'll burst him. So this one here, right? That last hit did 1 damage, but it created the burst. We don't want that to happen. That's the problem. Instead, we want any time any damage would cause him to the poise to break, then we 100% of the time make them collapse. And I suppose what we could do is say the outcome cannot be guard if we were to poise break them. I suppose that's another way to think about it. Maybe that's too downstream from what I'm trying to do. So it comes back to the life component. Back to life. Back to reality. Okay, and then on receive hit, which comes from stun, applies to that. There's this will pressure max. And will pressure max says, I don't know what this value, the current value plus the incoming poise damage. I just don't love, I hate this term remaining poise. It's defined as the poise that you start with as the character. So like I'm getting hit, right? And I'm getting hit. I have an amount of poise, and then there is the amount of poise coming in hitting me. So let's say I start with like 20 base poise, and my defensive hurt box that's getting hit has 10 poise. So 20 plus 10 is 30. And so I get hit by 30 I have 30 and I get hit by 10. Now I have 20 left. That amount, the amount I have left, is not what this it doesn't make sense for this. The incoming poise damage is the amount, not that was taken from me, but the amount I have left. That doesn't make any sense. So I think I need to be really clear about like what's actually happening in the collision info. Because this is sort of doing two different things. I mean, it's fine to call that remaining poise, but I think what we really do want to have a public float called poise damage. Where poise damage is the collider poise minus collide poise. That's the poise damage. And so remaining poise, I mean, it's kind of a nonsense thing, but whatever. And the damage here, we're expecting this damage to never go below 0. So if the amount of damage incoming is less than the amount that we have, then this number will be negative. Like they do 5 damage, we have 20, that'll be negative 15. But if we make it max of 0, then it'll be 0. So we don't do any damage. And then this remaining poise normalized is fine. That's fine. But I do want to use poise damage in different places. So pressure here has will pressure max. Anytime we use will pressure max, we're actually supposed to be checking what is calculate reflex? I don't know. That can be whatever. Yeah, this has to be poise damage. So now that doesn't make much sense either. We're adding on a lot of damage there. So when we go to apply, I bet you I'm double handling here. This should just be info.poise damage, and we don't have to do this max check because it's already there. So now pretty good. I don't love that the damage coming in is like, the poise damage coming in is essentially 0. Hey, Boss Grand. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. We could say it's always at least 1. I think 0 is better. But there's also the question of why is the value actually like literally 0? Let's just log it. Hey, Aquila. So, collide poise is 80 versus collider poise 25, resulting in remaining poise 55 and poise damage of 0. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that makes sense. But I think the issue here is that the amount of poise damage something should do, like maybe it shouldn't be mitigated at all. Or maybe there's some sort of like, how do I think about this? So previously, the way that I had drawn this up was thusly. I had the defending hurt box. Let's say it has like 30. And the offending hitbox, let's say has like 20. Or let's say this is more like 10, but the character that owns this hitbox has like 30. Like this is 40, which is much bigger than 20, but the logic was something more like proportional. So it was like 20 over, in this case, 30 plus 10 is 40. So the way I was doing it was 20 over 40 equals 0.5. And the amount of like poise damage is something proportional to this. So the thing is, that's not a number, that's a ratio. So like, what is the amount of damage? Like, does it multiply into that much? What is happening up here? Like, does the 20 get cut by this number? 10 poise damage? The problem with that is it would be quite, it would swing depending on the ratio. So if you had 20 and they had like 0, well, now you're at infinity. So that's not good. But we could do it as something like, we map the number that comes in, that 20, and then it can either be that the multiplier either goes to 2 or 0, depending on up to 2 or down to 0, depending on the ratio. So you would say, like, if in this case it would you just go straight to 2. It's 20. It's infinity is bigger than 2 is smaller than infinity. Or if this was like 100, then it's a fifth of this, which is 5. That seems right. It's not what I originally intended. The intent originally was just to assign it. Like, just whatever it is what it is. I just think that too many instances of an enemy with a lot of poise will mean that they... I mean, I'd have to really minimize the numbers coming in. I suppose what I could do is I could... I think dividing is probably still right. It's a bit awkward, but it's not what I had, and it's not what I had originally intended, but I think it will be better. No, I'm not gonna randomize anything. So poise damage, equals. First of all, we say float ratio equals collider poise out of collider poise, and then we say float clamped equals clamp ratio from 0 to 2. First of all, we have to check to see if collider poise is greater than 0 and collider poise is greater than 0. Or maybe it's just not equals. I'm trying to avoid division by infinity. I mean, division by 0. We'll get to that. So the ratio can't go bigger than 2. Then we say poise damage equals this times clamped. Something like that. So this should never be smaller than 0, but the hell, man. My fingers. All right, we'll see what that does. I have no idea actually what it will do. It's a very different calculation to everything else in the game so far. Okay, those are reasonable. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for. What the hell? Why is that so good? Like, it bumps it a little bit. So in this case, poise damage is 15 because the ratio is a quarter and we're doing that doesn't seem right. Collider is 80, collider is 20, so 0.25. Poise damage is 15, but 15 is, it should be the other way around, right? I think this is actually just collider poise. It's not delta. We already know what the ratio is. $25 times 0.2 is that. Yeah. So we did 5. Let's try that. Okay, now I'm wondering, like, what if we literally don't do any of this? And we just say, literally that. It's always good to just check your expectations and say, what if I just don't do any of this logic? Yeah, literally that's fine. I don't mind doing these comparisons, but the number difference there should be something like between not 0. Min ratio should be, where's max ratio get defined there? Yeah, that's better. But I don't know why that last hit didn't break him. So we need to be able to now go to pressure and go to will pressure max. Good. So that I don't understand. I guess we didn't hit him. Like we broke his sword, but we didn't make a collision. So his pressure got broken, but he didn't get hit. It's going to be hard to force that outcome. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I think we aren't actually striking him on the last hit, but we kind of want to. I think I want, anytime there's kind of like a moment. Are you instantiating the coins on poise break just to test, or is that a new little feature? That has been a feature for a month and a half now, a couple months, maybe 3 months. It's a feature that I had, remember when I was doing the health bar and I added the little pouch on the right? The coins are the equivalent of what they are. They are what spawns if there's no item assigned to the enemy in that pouch. So you get something for pressure breaking them. But the pouch thing is still, I'm still working on it. Yeah, like, did I miss him? So, I suppose on reflex attack, there is an apply pressure here. And then we don't get the attack, and then that's what the problem is. We don't do on hit confirm complete reflex. No, that's not quite right. Well, we just don't. Hey, Tony Chopper. Wait, what? Right, okay. So what was happening here? We apply the damage and then we store poise damage. But I'm confused. No, he definitely got hit and got poise broken. So what the hell? Why does that not count for anything? Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to poise break him because it doesn't, that's the whole point. It doesn't apply it until we hit him. So we have to have hit him if we get this, if we see the bar burst, that means we struck him. But for some reason, that's not doing anything. And it looks like this pressure, the on guard state has jumped in. So should process should say, if life is not pressure broken or life will pressure max info to poise damage. So let's look at this debug.log. debug.log. Pressure broken. Okay. Hey, Shipler. Yeah, just a bit of tidying at the moment. Just trying to clean up. There was so much prototyping going on that there's a lot of logic in there that probably doesn't need to be there to achieve the effect that I want. So, I don't know if this happened because of that though. Let me try it again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 1, 2. Well, that time we actually got the hit. So let's try it again. Oh no, I'm gonna lose my progress. Yeah. Pressure broken false, well, pressure max false. So why? That's it there. Okay. Checking pressure 268 against 320. How do we get 268? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. Unless incoming poise damage is like negative. How did you get 203? How did you get 203? It's so high up. I'm not understanding. Can I check the value of the pressure bar if I go to the enemy, go to its stun component, go to pressure? I can't see it. I'm confused. What is this 203? The number's going up. It's definitely now higher. Actually, I think I understand. Ah, I think I understand. It would have broken. It's 285 now. It would have broken into the 320 if this 12.5 had been multiplied up the way it was supposed to. And it's not being multiplied up because it didn't do the reflex. But hang on a second. It did do the reflex. That's the thing. It did do it. So why didn't it do it? All right, I'm just going to change. I'm going to put on a longer shirt. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, we merchant. We merchant. I am very close to posting the first run of merch. I'm just testing out different prints, different print kinds. I would think I'm going to have all the graphic be on the back instead of the front. And this one's a little desaturated for what it needs to be. But otherwise, I'm quite happy with the quality of the garments. All right, so... Okay, so this is saying no, but here, we have that. So what we're going to do is try to replicate the scenario one more time. 1. It is starting to get a bit chilly. Just starting, but it's going to be hot next week again. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. So look at that. Fourth wall. So this is 219 plus 15 against 320. Not going to break the pressure. But then pressure broken. 324 over 320. So there's a difference between the estimated amount and the actual amount. And what are we looking at? On hit confirm goes to apply pressure. Oh, hang on a second. That's very strange. Is that right? I think we don't do that. I think that never happens. One, two, miss, 1. That is going to do it, isn't it? It's going to do the thing. Yeah. Because I got very close. I need to go further away. That's going to burst him, isn't it? No. Hang on a second. So, again, there's this moment and this moment. Are they in the same instant? Hey, Slashed. It's annoying me. I'm not looking properly. I need to make sure I know how many logs get posted. And that one will break him, won't it? Whoa. We got all of that false, 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 broken. That's not right. That's not right. So is it a race condition question? Because this is happening when we resolve collisions and we apply on hit confirm, which is here. Complete reflex apply. Oh. This is on guard should process, stun should process. Okay, that's fine. Hang on. Right, because this happens after the hit gets calculated. So the hit itself isn't going to do the amount that it needs to. How does this ever work then? Hello? How did you go? Yeah? One sec, pals. Alrighty. So, yeah. This is not quite right, I think. The reflex equals true happens anytime. Oh, is that what it is? That we're getting hit afterward? This used to have a thing. Oh, I just took it away as well. So I think what we're seeing is the order of who's hitting who, and that's what's throwing it off. Hey, Otmanoli. I'll say that. From Brizzy. Welcome. Does sound familiar. So actually, I think this is what we have to do here is say debug.log hit received by reflex. And then we're going to say separately hit confirmed by reflex. And my guess is that these things are going to happen in reverse order. We got hit before we did the hit confirm. But then do these come from different strains? Because, hang on. Dude, my brain is struggling here. One, two. One, two. There we go. So hit received. That means that we buff up the amount of damage we're about to do. Hit confirmed. Pressure broken. But the hit's already been assigned, I suppose. So we can't just... Well, it might be that we're just hitting the guard box. I mean, that would be another thing. So like if we just go here and then say like plus holder outcome, I mean, that might tell us more than what we think we're getting right now. So if I just go like ding, 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 that was where's my 2? Guarded. So that one was technically guarded. 1. One, 2. Well, how come that was guarded and this one all made perfect sense? They're all guarded, technically. Slash says, if your game did amazing, would you be interested in creating an indie studio? Yeah, I mean, I have an indie studio. It's already created. But a physical office would be great. I mean, I don't know if that's like even something that is feasible in 2026 and beyond, but I'd love to do it. Okay, well, I still am not sure why. I guess I'm gonna have to go to character stun and look at the incoming debug.log. Applying pressure. From character stun. Just get my ass kicked here. One, two, three. Okay. I didn't even see it there. Because technically, on guard is the one checking, and it's already doing the should process stuff here. But I want to see how much damage there is. One, 2, 3. Not quite. 1. Nope. Pay attention. 1, 2. No. Come on. Okay. So. That. Well, it really said that we're only doing 12.5. Wait a second. I don't know about that. We'll see. Who can say what the future will bring? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So incoming pressure damage here is 15. It's 295. Therefore, it won't be enough. But then we get the hit confirmed by reflex, applying that much damage. And that's the problem, is that that method call happens after what we want. Yeah, this is 105 damage after it said no, 15 wasn't enough to push 292 over the 300 mark, 320. So generally speaking, so not generally speaking, so specifically speaking, what we want to do is make sure that when this happens, this has already been applied. But if we look at the two, the onGuard.should process happens after the hit confirm. Ah, yes. That's going to be really tough to fix. That's going to be very, very difficult. So the problem that we're seeing is this. The hitboxes collide. Okay, collision. Dun 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 dun. Ba ba. Okay, so collision happens. Then life says, hey, let's resolve and let's check should process. And then a bunch of things step in and check who needs to process. And then one of them returns true. And so that processes. In this case, it's the on guard. So this is the cat life. And then after this, it sends on hit to Armin. And then Armin says, oh, in that case, add 100 poise to the cat. It's too late. The cat has already decided what it's going to do. You're too late. So what should happen is somehow this, I don't think I can send this up because the on hit needs to understand. There's no necessary reason why that should be before or after, which means later on I might be asking myself, well, how come on hit doesn't happen until after? Like, it just so happens that in this use case I want it to happen before, but it shouldn't really. It should be happening after. And the life component, when it calls on hit, yeah, it has the hit report. So this, if this thing here determined that no hit should happen, then you can't call the on hit before this, because it might be that the hit never happens in the first place. Like in this case, it could be that the cat spirals away on hit reaction when it would otherwise be hurt. Instead, it spirals away. Armin shouldn't be given the on hit confirm at that point. It just so happens that in this case, he does receive the hit, but Armin's trying to, after the fact, assign the poise damage. So what that leaves us with is a problem that I have to solve. It's not going to be the case that I can get this line here to get called before the enemy takes damage. I can't do it. And it doesn't even make sense the way I'm doing it. I think it should be applying to the collision, not to the enemy. Which means it should be like considered a temporary buff on Armin's sword. So that when this happens, we're not seeing 20 here. We're seeing 20 plus 100 at the collision level. That's what needs to happen. Essentially a modifier. Are they different threads? It's not really about, I mean, it's not even a race condition. Like, I know what's happening. They're not on different threads. It's on the same thread. It's just logical. It's just what's downstream from what, logic-wise. It's got nothing to do with, like, trying to, you know... They're all events that are called by each other. It's just logically, when does this get applied? And I think the answer has to be on Armin's... It's so I love when this stuff happens, because you start being able to process the rules of what should happen. So when Armin parries the final attack that would break his bar, does Armin's sword get powered up? Because if it does get powered up, then the enemy isn't the only one that's going to take all that damage. If there's a second enemy overlapping it and Armin hits them both, he's going to hit them both with the power of this enemy's strike on Armin that Armin stored into the sword. That makes sense. Could this be fixed with a dirty ball? I don't even know what that means. So I don't really have buffs like this. I mean, I sort of do. Sort of. Because I had a weapon behavior before, weapon manager. And when you equip a weapon, it applies some modifiers, poise, weapon poise. I guess I never actually, wait, there's modifiers. Oh, they want me to do something. They want me to change how this looks. They want me to do that. Okay. So current weapon dot animated dot box manager dot set modifier. This gets called exactly once in the whole game. So I could assign to this modifier dictionary are these actions? Delegates. Oh, I've never used delegates before. I guess I have now, but what the hell? But is this is just one modifier per string, but it needs to be a list of modifiers, I suppose. And then when do these get added? Hey, Maui Makes Games. You actually are. It is a thematic difference, and so it's a design question as much as it is an engineering question at that point. It's what do we want it to do in the like world lore. I think applying it to the sword is fine as long as it only lasts this one hit. And I'm a little concerned. I mean, this. Let's just get rid of all that. This happens on get modified properties, which happens when we set the frame. On the collider info, yes. So when we set the frame, we say, here's the frame, and the props equals props.clone. Oh, I see. So this is what we're doing. In the animator, the thing that plays the retro animations, we have a bunch of sprites. It's a big sprite sheet. And it's going through ding, 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 ding. When it goes from one frame to the next frame, it says, okay, now we're on frame 0, 1, 2, 3. This frame has a bunch of info on it to do with the player character. It's got hitboxes, it's got hurt boxes, it's got whatever. And these boxes have properties. The properties live in a little panel. You've seen this right here. Okay, so these are the boxes. These are the properties. The properties have things like poise and whatever. So what's happening is it's taking these and filtering them through a function called apply modified properties. It takes them as they are from the editor, clones them, and then essentially runs a bunch of functions that we've determined right? A bunch of delegates. Delegates modify. Props. And then it passes that to the in-game game object, which has the collider and everything else on it. With the fields. So, and then these get the properties there. So it's our little way of saying, hey, normally this attack would have 5 damage, right? But we're going to do something to it here. So what I want to do is I want to be able to manage this more carefully. In this case, right now, we only have slots for one thing per property. So like poise only has 1 delegate. But technically, I guess I'd want as many as I like. If you're wearing a special ring that doubles damage, well, you need to be able to, and in another ring that, you know, triples damage, you need like the times 2 and the times 3 to both happen. Otherwise, it won't allow you to stack them. Not that I would ever do that. But in this case, this is what I have in the game to solve this problem. I don't have any other way of doing this. If we want this to happen upstream on the hit itself. And if we don't want it to happen on the hit itself, where else could it possibly go? I mean, that's the other thing. The idea that like Armin should be doing retroactive additional poise to an enemy, you know, like we can do that. We can do it. That's what we're already doing. But I need to then like essentially allow it to set its state and then overwrite its state by saying, no, actually do this instead, which is not amazing. It would be like call dot colliding life dot character dot stun as character stun dot process impact, and then the call with the additional damage at the end. I'm like asking it to like reprocess the hit that it already processed, but with this additional poise. Which is weird. The other thing I could do is I could assign Armin's attack to the cat's on take damage. Oh, I know what's happening, Mr. MD. I'm not confused about it at this point. I'm more just thinking about what I want to happen. So yeah, I mean, I could force it, but what I would do is I would say call dot poise damage plus equals stored poise damage. I could do that, and then I don't need to do this. And it's kind of like saying reprocess the hit with the stored poise damage. So like, check it again. I can do that. And this will then also just only apply to the cat. It won't apply to Armin. Well, actually, it probably will apply to both. I mean, to both the cat and whatever enemy is standing behind it. Assuming we hit both of them with the same attack, it will both hit them. Yeah. But I didn't do it that time. That's not right, though. That's not right. Is it? Let's go again. Come on. 1, 2, 3. I mean, that's huge. One, two. One. Okay. It did work in times when it didn't before. But then that didn't work. This should just solve it for us. Otherwise, maybe I'm just confused. But see, that's the thing. Props stop remaining poise. Hang on a second. Ah, that's different. Not process impact. receive hit. Slightly different. Just a little bit further upstream as an entry point. One. Oops. One. Nope. Pay attention. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay. That worked. So far, so good. Good. It's mostly working. I mean, I think this is fine. And I didn't have to refactor anything. That last one was very promising too, because that was a counter hit. Hey Musles, many years now. This is the 9th year. Okay, good. Bit of everything. So now the question is, do I want to apply the damage that I would have done? I think I do. I think I just want to say col.collidelife.apply damage, col.damage. And the damage in this case is just like all of it, but I need to change the outcome. Call.outcome equals hit. Let's see if that does what I want it to do. I basically want it to take the proper amount of damage. Yeah, 22, that's perfect. But only, this should all happen if call.outcome is not if it's not already a hit, a clean hit, then you can do all of this stuff. So 1, 2. I mean, 11 wasn't a lot of damage, but it's more than we were getting. It does feel like this should be a fighting game, right? And I think there's something else here of like, this logic actually needs to be somewhere else, I think. I think it's more like any time any enemy is pressure broken, the outcome of the attack cannot, they cannot guard, they cannot have blocked the damage of an attack that led to them being pressure broken. That's kind of how I want to think about it. So what that means is, this is fine, but it also means, where is the pressure? Pressure applied. It only does it on hurt, which is too late. On her dot invoke happens at apply collision. We need it to happen up higher. So we need to say, before we even process the hit, we can say, if this hit would break us, after we have been hit by it, I guess on guard is checking in advance if this is going to break us. It already knows. So then on guard doesn't do anything. What is mitigating the damage then? Oh, I suppose it's the collision info itself. That's interesting. The stun module receives the hit. And it's here that we can say, hey, we're about to get blown up. Send it to the hit report. So process impact says, if this is going to pressure max, do that. Stun says the same thing, I guess. Right here. We say We do that, maybe. And I test this by going bing, 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 and then I just wail on him until I get the hit. I think I actually parried that last one. I wasn't supposed to. Yeah, I got the full amount then. That was perfect. All right, let's go check that with other enemies. Starting streaming very soon, says Kenji's Mods. Got any tips for overcoming nervousness? Pretend streaming. What are you nervous about? What is it that you feel? What's the sentiment? Is it just like stage fright? I just didn't expect to get destroyed that hard. 1 sec. Hang on. Okay. So, stage fright. I want to admit, it's been a long time since I started streaming. I've been in front of a camera for years now, like a decade. So it doesn't really do the same thing to me that it used to in my brain. And I'm trying to remember what it used to feel like. Also, I did a little bit of teaching before. And so being in the teaching brain mindset when I communicate helps me get over stage fright because I enjoy teaching. So I think this is going to sound a little bit cheesy, but you should tune into what it is that you are excited about doing when you stream. What is it that makes you excited? Why do you want to do it? If you're channeling that, I think you will speak as someone with confidence and you'll find it easier to be on stream and to communicate. I think the nerves, the stage fright comes from what might happen if people judge you for who you are or what you're doing. But that's not something that you're obviously not going to stop streaming based on what people think about you, because you want to stream and you want to find an audience of people who do appreciate the way you communicate. And if it was the kind of mentality you had that if people didn't like the way that you communicated, that you wouldn't stream at all, well, then you'll stream, people won't like it, and then you'll say, okay, I guess this isn't for me. But that's up for you to decide. In the meantime, just being yourself and allowing that to be enough. Like, you can't be different from who you are, at least at the start. You can't really tune or channel anything into a different avenue. So you're just here to learn. There is no way to fail. That's the only mindset you can have. And you won't be good at it at the start. Like, I don't even think I'm good at it now. But being excited about it is going to be the easiest way to not get defensively minded about it. And it's that defensive mindset that's going to make you nervous. It's that what's going to happen if I am not enough. But that's not something that you can really, that's just the way that it is. Yeah, people will just leave if they're not interested. You know what? The thing is, the reality about streaming is, for the first few months, you're not going to be streaming to anybody. Like, there's not anyone there. They're not, no one's watching. I still feel that way. Like, I'm just here in my room. There's no one here. It's just me. You guys are just a bunch of names on a screen. There's no people there. It's hard to even appreciate that there are, 113 people watching right now. I don't appreciate that. I'm just here talking to a camera. Like, it's, you can't get stage fright because there's no one, you're not looking at anyone. But if you, sorry, I love you all. That's the kind of mentality that I would try to channel. Like, the biggest thing is, like, it doesn't matter. That's the biggest thing. You have to understand nothing you do as a beginner streamer matters. Like, you're just, it's not. And this is actually the case with, like, so much of content creation and having an online presence is, like, the first 3 months, those 3 months do not determine anything about the future. Those 3 months don't dictate whether you'll be a massive success or not. They don't dictate whether or not, like, if you don't get 100 followers in the first week, what does that mean? Nothing. It means nothing. Like, none of the metrics are valuable because they're at such a small scale that it has, it's nothing. It's nothing. Like, me now, even, I have to keep having that same mindset of, like, it doesn't matter that I have X subscribers on YouTube. It doesn't matter. What matters, the only thing the algorithm really rewards is what you're doing now. And for you, instead of thinking about now, think about next week. Like, what am I doing next week? How am I growing? How am I learning? That's the only thing you can do. If you can just do what you're doing, but a little bit better, it will start to resonate. And if it doesn't resonate, then you will determine why it's not resonating. But the metrics of it, is this right? Am I doing it properly right now? Shouldn't stop you from doing it. Because if you don't do it at all, then you're definitely not doing it right. Does that make sense? Like, the worst thing you can do is not do it. You never get punished by doing it poorly. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, there's no long-term detriment to being a bad streamer. Hey, Runfly Dove. Hey, I do remember you. I actually do. That name I have not read in a long time. It's been a couple of years. Wow. Wow. You want to see what we're working on right now? Look at this. Thank you. I don't know if you've been watching the last 20 minutes or so. I'm working on this enemy design that isn't that cool? Whew. The combat is combating. Mosles says, I just wanted to say as a lurker, thanks to all the tutorials on YouTube and amazing content. Thank you so much. Kenji's mod says, what's good is that since I did YouTube a while ago and got a pretty good results, 300 to 900 views per video, is I learned a lot about content creation in general, how stuff works. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's the biggest mistake you can make as a content creator, that at least that I'm experiencing today, is intimidation from comparison and over fitting the feedback that the analytics give you. When you have no data, it's fine because you have no sense of what you're doing right or wrong. When you have a lot of data and you're trying to make the numbers bigger, it's very hard to interpret them without emotion. It's very hard to say, why didn't this video do as good as this one? What did I do wrong in this video? Do I have to change who I am because this content creator did a video on this subject, but theirs did a lot better than mine? Like, that stuff really is a lot more hazardous, and it takes you fully out of the joy of creating. It makes it so much more hollow and lifeless and joyless to be fixating on what it is that people didn't like about a specific piece of content and whether or not this next piece of content is going to be as good as the last one. That sucks. And it's unfortunately the way that YouTube is currently positioned. Like, and Twitch, all of the platforms are trying to encourage you to make more engaging content by analyzing what you're doing right or wrong and trying to model your content based on what the algorithm likes. It takes all the personality out of it. All of the things that make you disappear when you try to change who you are and what you do for the algorithm. And unfortunately, that will happen to you if you start making a bit of money. I don't have kids yet, but I am very much looking forward to having kids one day. It's something that I think we both want. We're just sort of waiting for fate to make it happen, I suppose. Okay. So I did a lot of updating stuff just now. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything that I did. Somebody asked me a little bit ago on chat about my workflow and how it seems to work for me. I can elaborate on that if you want to reiterate. I don't know if it was a question or a comment. I can't remember. Okay. So I'm glad we got through that, and I think we got everything that we needed to. I now want to import a lot of the work that Luke has been doing. He has just done, that's all perfect, just the animations. We can merge that in without any conflicts, I think. This one, I want to use development. This one we can use his design, and then that we can merge. Have I used AI to accelerate my coding workflow? I do use Copilot's suggestions. So when I say like debug, usually it knows what I would be logging based on where I have it in the code. So, I mean, I do that. I like the suggestions a lot. I don't like chat very much, although it's good for rubber ducking. I don't like agent mode. It really annoys me. I would never use agent mode for a prolonged code in my environment. I don't let it do anything outside of like change this function. I would never say write this class or write a system of classes that do this. There be dragons in my opinion. But I don't mind like asking it like, hey, why is this creating a Stack Overflow? Like where is my error? That kind of stuff is fine. Yeah, I just don't like it. I just don't like, as a human, asking a computer to give me a solution and also implement it without me even having any part in the process. That's just not... I kind of just draw the line there on principle, and I don't want to change what it means to do my job in order to compete with people who also don't want to do their job. Do you know what I mean? Like, I like this job. Doing it is what makes me happy. If I change my job to one where I just manage computers, then what am I doing? I'm a manager. I mean, I'm already a manager, but like I get a little bit of joy from writing the code. Also, like understanding the code is very important to me. And you don't understand it any better than when you type it. It's also the case that, and this is, I think, something specific with game code, how this code is written is so particular. There's so much design in the code that it's not just about perform a function. It's like, what do I want the game to feel like? And literally, you guys were just watching me solve a problem where, we were thinking about what should power up, the sword, or should we retroactively like refund an amount of damage? Should we there's so much design logic in how the code is implemented that affects how the game feels, that if I just said solve this problem, that I might as well just be like rolling dice in terms of game feel. There's no way I would be able to interpret or evaluate how the code as implemented affected the game feel. But let's not talk about it anymore. I'm kind of over it. Okay. There was like a time last year where I literally filmed a video about this subject, uploaded it to YouTube, and then didn't make it public because I didn't like talking about it. I didn't like it being a part of my channel. Why do these not have the... Did he do that? What about rattle and reflex? What the heck? What I want to do is go to design, go to here, go to the asprite file and pluck it. Can I do that? Design. Save as. Linkson-Luca. And then check out there. Oh, he didn't. Okay. Would you... rattle and reflex. So I guess what I'm doing is, or is that planned for a bit later? I want to look at all of the frames. That looks pretty good. These are looking good. I'm mostly looking at the front tabard, the secondary motion. I don't know about this one. Okay, what's happening? How about using AI to build a commit message based on what's changed? Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Yeah, I just like... I think AI is great for code as long as you don't let it alter your code base. Professionals that don't embrace AI are probably just more inefficient. Yeah. This game dev stream I'm watching for a while just hates AI usage. I was trying to explain how AI can be used. Offloading your brain to AI. Look, the problem here, the problem here is like, there's an argument here that it's just faster. And I would honestly be open to that argument if it didn't suffer in quality by being faster. And I think that the times when it is definitely faster almost always involve the human not overseeing it. Like, there was a moment about a couple months ago, I was trying to create a plugin for Figma using AI. And I think like Figma's API is something that I'm not familiar with. So I think it's JavaScript based, but there was a bunch of stuff like boilerplate stuff I wasn't familiar with. And I just sort of got into the rhythm of vibe coding it. I was like, add this feature, add this feature, add this feature. And about 2 days into development, I got to the point where I couldn't seem to ask it to do what I wanted it to do anymore. I couldn't get it to appreciate what I was asking for without adding a bunch of complexity every single time. And in that process, I was kind of forced to backtrack. It's like, okay, scrap this feature that you've built. Let's try this one more time. I'll rewrite the brief file. I'll tell you what principles to follow. And I'm like coaching it on something that for me would have been an incremental step midway through developing this plugin. But for it, I was like trying to cross a barrier that it couldn't cross. And at the end, I'm looking at the code base. I'm trying to like refactor it myself. And I'm thinking, I can't read any of this because it's nonsense. It didn't do the things that I told it to do in the way that architecturally I would have done it. So no, VS Code uses Claude. So the point is that process led me to a moment where I could either have learnt myself and gotten 25% of the way, or I could cheat get 50% of the way, not cheat, but cheat myself, get 50% of the way, and then not get any further because I don't know how we got to the 50%. And at that point, I'm left trying to unpick and go backwards, back down to the 25% that I probably could have gotten to on my own. Now, the next argument is something like, okay, but if you just used a better model, it wouldn't do that. Like, there's a threshold where if the model was good enough, it wouldn't make those mistakes. Maybe, maybe. I can't say that it wouldn't be. And for enterprise, like business purposes, if you're just trying to do software development, like, why not use the most efficient tools available to you? Why not go as fast as possible? Capitalistically, I'm not against that. But the next counterpoint I would make is that there are then questions of responsibility. I, as somebody who's done a lot of code, can look at code that I didn't write. If something was broken about it, I probably could eventually unpick it. Eventually, right? If the AI got to a point where there was some error that users were having, and I was on the hook, right? Because it's my business, right? I'm in charge of prompting the code to write, prompting the agent to write the code, and now I'm on the hook for the code. I could probably fix it. But 10 years from now, will people who have only learned how to code by vibe coding, will they have any chance of fixing those kinds of problems? That scares me. The death of competency is to me like, hello.
Do you want to crack open the cheese?
No, I'm all right. Thanks. The death of competency is a much bigger threat, in my opinion, than the gain of what we get by writing code. And I don't even think, I think better programmers make better prompters too. I think people who are good at code probably they could use terminology, they could guide the code base, guide the agent through the what's the word? The training data, right? Like when I say use a singleton pattern here, make sure that all of these objects are pooled. Hey, are you using single responsibility here? Let's clean this up. I can do that because I have done it myself. But if I was vibe coding since I was out of university and I wasn't super familiar with all that stuff, I would just be stuck saying, make it better. So I have a feeling that there's going to be if we all just said, hey, computers can do the code now. We don't have to learn how to do the code. That's not the same as, hey, we don't have to learn how to do long division because calculators exist. Because calculators don't get stuff wrong. A calculator is absolutely correct. Models are not absolutely correct, and they don't know what correct means. They don't understand that they're even doing it wrong. They will confidently tell you that they're correct. It's not the same as saying, oh, before photography, we used to have to paint all of our portraits. But now we have photos. Okay, yeah, but cameras take photos and they don't accidentally add in giraffes in the back of the photos, unless they're cameras on modern mobile devices today. It just doesn't work the same way. It's just, they're not equivalent. They're not equivalent. An agent is not just a perfect, better version of a human. I don't think it is. I mean, when you say inefficient, Ruwibi, I think you're just thinking about how much code gets written. I don't think we're talking about like the industry. We're not talking about the quality of the code. We're not talking about extensibility or maintainability of the code. We're just talking about, can you work faster? Sure, you can work faster, but a prediction engine is not the same as a person. It's not intelligent. And this is the other thing that I'm really, really, really concerned about. Right now, we're at a point where all of the content that is used as training data for AI prior to the year 2022, all of the data was human created, written by hand by humans. So all of the training data was verified to be at least good enough for people to validate, right? In 2030, how much of the code on the internet will be AI code? How much of the training data will be regurgitated training data? That's scary, because if bad ideas get picked up by AI, then the AI will just spit out more of the bad ideas confidently, because it doesn't know how to weed out bad data. It doesn't know that its models are based on funky training data. It only knows what's in the model. It doesn't understand whether that's good or bad. But Okuraku, you are responsible for making sure that your code worked. And if you sold code as part of a software solution to somebody, if you made an app, the app had to work, otherwise people wouldn't use it. So you had to make something that was good in order to release it. That's right. We still have that responsibility, but the responsibility to make sure that it does what we think it does is the thing that slows down content creation, code creation. It's your oversight, being able to actually read the code and understand that it does what you want it to do, is the thing that people who say, oh, but it's so much faster. If you're vibe coding, if you've got like 12 agents all doing whatever the hell they want to do, and you're just sitting there going, make my code empire, we're going to make a new startup and we're going to disrupt Uber, okay, you aren't reading any of that code. So now you're not being responsible for the code. If you were being responsible, it would take you a lot more time to produce it. Therefore, the quality of the code will inevitably dip, because every line of code that gets written without being read by a human risks polluting the training data of all of the models downstream. It's just not good. It's not ethical. That's just how I feel. Inevitably, like systemically, it's not a good idea. That doesn't mean that it's not convenient or fast. It doesn't mean that it can't be useful. It just means that there is an inherent risk that will never, ever, ever go away. And taking advantage of that risk, saying, that's not my problem, I'll write a bunch of fast code now, and it won't affect me, will affect you 10 years from now when the models are garbage and you haven't been writing code for 10 years. They're not going to get better. That's my opinion. You're already seeing it with video models. Like the best models are already doing like regressive things. They're like falling into patterns where, thinking about the NVIDIA DLSS5 stuff, it's like your idea of what an improvement is to the video frames of this game are to use all of the shitty Instagram photography that you were trained on. And the more content that gets put out on the internet that's just AI washed, the more content that's AI washed the AIs will be using to be trained on. So, I don't know. Maybe that's a cope, but that's how I feel. Thank you so much for the sub, Kenji's Mods. I always wondered how the UI input images change depending on the control scheme that we use. For example, if we use a keyboard, we see images for the keys, but as soon as you connect a controller, the UI images change. How is that done? I do it in my game. And the way that I do it is there are libraries that I use for input. So in Unity, I can check which was the last input device that received an input. And then I have all the different sprites for the different inputs. So for the controller, I've got the up, down, left, and right analog stick, for the directions. And I just hot swap to whichever one maps to the most recent input device. So in the case of, let me show you an example. This character above her head has this button prompt that has currently an S above it. What it's really bound to is an action, the special input, which is like a virtual button. And so there's a keyboard button that's bound to special, and there's a gamepad button that's bound to special, and the input engine figures out which is what. And so whichever one you pressed, when I press the button, there is an event here that forces us to update appearance. No, not there. Where is it? Button sprite equals key code to dictionary, check input. There you go, right there. That's what I do. I literally just check. Is it a gamepad? Is it a keyboard? Pick a different sprite based on what it is. What third-party assets? I use Rewired for input. And not much else. These are all Unity packages. Hot reload. Super tiled to Unity. I made scene graph. Yeah, and rewired. That's pretty much it. I do have a couple of old legacy ones that do align, align and distribute. Scene graph is this tool that shows you all the scenes and how they're connected. Does it work with new Unity input? Yeah, new Unity input would actually make it easier, because the new Unity input would contain all of the checks for that kind of stuff. I really respect people like you that don't just turn to insulting. We can have a good discussion. Yeah, I mean, I really some well-known companies in Japan still work with pen and paper. Employees have to work day and night to fulfill their professional commitments. They never embrace technology because it was unethical to lose the human touch. Guess what? They're the worst at everything they do than others that embrace technology. Yeah, that's just a leap of logic and an analogy that I don't agree are applicable to the conversation. I think I've outlined enough points that take this beyond the question of technology good, Luddite bad. I think that's kind of a lazy argument. And there is a difference between a tool and something that works for you. There is a difference. A tool is a force multiplier, but you have to apply the force. When you're holding a hammer, you are the one swinging the hammer. When you use a calculator, you are the one driving the calculator. When you ask an AI agent to do something for you, It's not your tool any more than when I was working at a design agency, I wasn't a tool for my manager, right? Or my senior designer. I wasn't their tool. I was an agent. An agent and a tool are different things, categorically. A tool doesn't have agency. An agent does. And the difference is how intent is either like carried through the process or corrupted or lost in the process. It's about intent. A hammer cannot take my intent and change it. A calculator cannot take my intent and change it. A computer definitely can. An agent is built on that. It's built on assumptions. That's literally the technology. It's guessing what your intent is. It doesn't actually understand your intent. So it's worse than a subordinate in a professional setting. It's worse than like a team member. It's not the same as just saying it's a tool, it works for you. Okay, that's great. You can have that perspective. That doesn't really speak to the long-term effects though. That's just like, that's really just what people who, whether we should do something or shouldn't, right? Ethical arguments are not built on, what's the word? Saying like this will happen is not the same as this ought to happen. Those are completely separate things. And is ought, the distinction between what is and what ought is important when it comes to discussing things like hypotheticals. Because if you just say, well, it's going to happen this way, therefore it's right. Well, you don't have agency in that context. You're just deferring your own choices to, I guess, the what's the word, race to the bottom, right? We have to do it this way because other people are going to do it this way. I'm not really the kind of person who works that way. I think chasing what other people are doing without validating personally whether or not I agree with it is well, it's just not being accountable. Just saying that something will happen. Or it's like saying this is the law, or this is not against the law, therefore it's right. You know, something that's not against the law. You would never have legislation if that was the case. You wouldn't have new laws be made. You would just defer to what the law was. So it's important that we ask the questions, how do we want the future to go? That's important. What do we want software engineering to be? And not just from a perspective of what have we been doing and therefore that's better. I'm not just being conservative. I'm saying idealistically, what are the responsibilities of someone who creates software? That's how you create ethics. You have to ask the question, just because we have cars that can drive 300 kilometers an hour doesn't mean that the speed limit has to change. Right? You can't drive your Lamborghini at, pedal to the metal just because the car can go that fast. You have to drive responsibly. How long have you been working on this game? About 9 years. How's your experience with getting an investor/publisher on board? Well, I have been having pretty productive conversations with, there's kind of like one option right now that I'm happy to pursue. I chatted with a lot of publishers and I was not that impressed with the with the prospects, I feel like this project is one of those unfortunate situations where, like, because I'm so emotionally invested and have put so many years into it, it's very difficult for me to not just for emotional reasons, but like equity reasons. It's very hard for me to give up like 70% of the project's equity when I've built all of it, you know? So right now, I would say most typical publishers, the way they work is very risk averse. And so they look to take more than I would be looking to part with equity wise. So and that pretty much is the case for me up until about, for any like development funds, it's not a good deal, I don't think. Up until, if it's just publication, like if it's just marketing funds, I think those can be more realistic, and I'd be prepared to deal with a publisher when it comes to just marketing and distribution. But outside of that, there have been some actually really productive conversations around a different kind of funding. So I'm actually pursuing that right now. And that would be like a licensing deal rather than a publishing deal, where they pay kind of like upfront to have the game on their platform. And that, I'll tell you about it if I have any more news about it in the future. Other than that, yeah, I would look at Kickstarter and crowdfunding. In the meantime, I'm sort of still self-funding. We have 10K wish lists. Am I in what they call development hell? No, I don't think so. I think I've been in development hell. I think we're out of it right now. I haven't really been in development hell since like 2023. All right. Lots of chat. How have I managed to fund the project for 9 years? Okay, really short version. The first 3 years, personal savings and UX contracting. The next few years, building up content creation and actually getting funded, like paying for my own cost of living through content creation, while also doing the odd contract as well. As I went, those contracts became more game related. So I've done, I've made content for games, like assets and stuff, as like a contractor, or I've done commissions a little bit, not really. This year I made a game, or last year I made a game for a museum. So they contracted me to do that. So there's always been a degree of like outside funding, just through me getting the funding and putting it into the game's development. So I've been working on the game just more than part-time for like maybe 3 or 4 of those years. And then we got government grant funding in 2024. So 130K AUD, was put into the project, and that allowed me to hire a team. And then, just that pretty much, that's how I've been doing it. So 9 years is a long time, but you get by. I don't live very lavishly. I'm pretty tired at the moment, actually, of living this way. Like, I met my wife in 2017. When we met, I had just quit my job as a UX designer, and she had just started a law degree, or was working towards starting a law degree. So we spent the last, from like 2018 to 2024, she was doing a law degree, and I was trying to build my game business. And she wasn't working. Actually, she was working. She was doing part-time stuff through that. but we were very poor for a while. Now she has a job. She's been a lawyer for a couple of years. And my business now is at a point where like I get by no matter what, but I need things to escalate faster because I want the game business to be built on the sales of the game rather than just like me scraping by doing other stuff. So that's where we're at the moment. That's why we need more funding. Any other questions? How many years before Scene Graph? I started working on Scene Graph in 2020. But it was a very different version, I think, than what it is today. It didn't have any images. It was just like boxes, basically hyperlinks. Now it's pretty good. And I've been working with a friend on it. We've been trying to get it out as a released package, but my time is so split these days. It's very hard for me to commit time to like side projects. I'm basically just focusing on the game. Yeah, I get comments on it like every time it's on screen. I know it's a really good tool. I know people it would benefit like a lot of projects. Yeah, I know. That was the plan at the end of last year or beginning of last year. But my co-developer on it has become he's taken on other work, and it needs like, it's not really bug free, like it's still a little janky, so I can't afford to spend the time supporting it at the moment. That's the biggest problem. Like I would need to spend like 2 months, you know, like updating it and then supporting it for a month while bug reports came in. And it would help. I am wearing the merch, yeah. So that's what we're doing at the moment, is I'm putting some merch out for the game soon. I'm working with, this is I'm wearing double merch. Check this out. I'm wearing an Insignia shirt under an Insignia long sleeve shirt. I'm doing tests at the moment, so I wasn't gonna make it available in the store until I had samples. I've done 2 rounds of samples, and the first round was trying to find the right brands. Like the shirts themselves come from different distributors, so finding the right distributors was one, and then the other one is getting the print settings right on the big design. So this one here is really washed out. The blues were, it just looks like one big blue splodge. Part of that is just like the medium that they print with needs the contrast to be higher, and also like in the PNG that I uploaded, they have a really, I noticed that the medium again, or like the print process that they use, was not what it wasn't doing was, say this is the spectrum, right, of all of the colors in the image from black to white. Normally what you would expect to happen is like, you know, that. So like black gets represented as black, white gets represented as white. But what it was doing was something that looks something like this. So any color below this threshold was getting seen as black, full black, which meant that like some of the, you can see it here actually. So like Armin's eyes here are like black, but nothing else on the thing is black. Just Armin's eyes and like Rekka's eyes and like Kerr's nose were like, you know, #000. But like in the PNG, like this here is almost full black too. It's just that the, it's down here and Armin's eyes are here, but it made it look like instead his eyes were like at 0. So I had to like basically bring all of these up and do that. So instead of things being down here or like anywhere here, I lifted them and then I increased the contrast like that. So things should be more like the contrast should be higher and nothing should be full black. No, not transparency. It's just the way that it printed. It's just their printing methods and how the ink, how the computer, I guess, the printer like interprets the black level. That's my understanding anyway. So I don't really know how it works. It's not up to me to know how it works. All I really care about is what comes out. And so it's just, you can see here, this is what I ended up with. Was it this one? That looks pretty dark. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Oh, this is for print. Yeah. So this is a lot brighter than this. That's like pretty much black. But this one, I shifted the colors and boosted some and darkened others. Anyway. Should be good. It's also different, like per some shirts. I got like 3 different ones printed on 3 different designed shirts. So like the t-shirts are a different black than like this long sleeve shirt is an AS color shirt. They're really black, but the print, the fabric is quite, it's got like a sheen to it, the cotton. And then the like t-shirts, which are comfort colors, not AS color, different brands completely. They're totally different. So when the print comes out, like the AS color one is super washed out, but the comfort colors one wasn't. Like if you look at this part of the wolf on the t-shirts, you see all the variety in the color here. But on this one, it's like super flat all here. That's like the same color all the way. So just things like that, I just wanted to get right before I open it up to other people being able to purchase it, because I don't want you spending money on something that could have been better, you know? That's my reputation on the line. Also, a couple of design changes too. Like I didn't like the way that the crown here and the hair form this kind of like bump at the top of the design. It just looks a little weird. It's off center and stuff. So I added some like clouds and stuff here. You can see here, I added just a little bit more, just to counterbalance it. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Oh, I hate talking about AI. I hate it. I'm so tired of it. It's so boring. It's like not interesting at all. All right, taking a break. Answer my question about custom tooling. If you were to start again from scratch, what tools would you make? Oh, I would make all the same tools that I made. I would make RetroBox because I use it all the time. I would make Scene Graph because I use it all the time. I would make Causality Editor because I use that all the time. Although I don't use this one as much as I thought I would. Surprisingly. I thought I was going to use it like constantly when I first made it. It looks so good, but it's not really as interesting. I mean, it's kind of good. It's kind of good. Just like for some reason, not as useful. But I do use what I do use it for, not the visual part of the editor, but I love tracing the data around. So like this, for example, is this is massive. This probably shouldn't be here. Oh, what is it even doing? Oh no. Okay, let's pick this one. Okay, so like this is a scriptable object, and I can check where in the game that scriptable object is assigned. So it's like the progress in the game. So like, let's say I'm over here and let's go somewhere else. Here, I can say, okay, there is, in this scene, there's a sequence where we talk to a character here named Hugo. I can play that by just forcing it like this. Right, the cutscene plays. And I can say, okay, what are the conditions necessary for that cutscene to play? And I can see here, oh, it's meet the old man, which we just saw was a bit, was giving us problems. But in any case, so I can say, okay, how do I make that trigger? Now, the reason why this is showing up a bunch of times is because we've got prototype scenes where it gets set. But nonetheless, I can say, okay, Orenstead excavation, old man. I can click this, and this will take me to the actual part of the game where that condition is set. I don't know why this is doing a circular, must be doing something wrong. So I can say, oh, okay, here's the old man, here's that sequence. So I just have to play this sequence, which sets that flag to true. And then I can go, and that is what causes, you know, the character to appear in that scene. Oh yeah, I got the dialogue in there too. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I do. I have editors for everything. So like here, I can say, okay, and then what then relies on this? Okay, so this is set by return to Hugo. I guess nothing, but I'm pretty sure I have a quest that does check it. So no dogs allowed, return to Hugo. So no dogs allowed is a quest. There you go. And this quest checks that we've returned to Hugo at the end of it. So when we have that cutscene play out, then this quest will be finished. And I can look at the quest and say, okay, how do I do the quest? Well, first I have to trigger the doggo cutscene. Then I have to go into the tavern. Then I have to go talk to Rupert. Then I have to go to the butcher. Then I have to go trigger the next cutscene. Then I go down the well. Then I chase the puppy. Then I return to Hugo. So I can actually trace out how the game is threaded, the logic of the game, through each of these flag inspectors. And I can see them in the scene as well. So these are the same as these, the same kind of thing. And I can go and look at them and see how they all work and where they're set. So yeah, like the well. Okay, how do I, this dog, there's a cutscene here where a dog runs across. That gets checked here, but where does it get set? Well, it gets set all the way over here in this scene when you trigger this cutscene. And I can just click stuff and just go there immediately. So another one is like Rose is the main character's mum. And I can say, oh, when do you talk to her? Where is that happening in the game? Click. Make sure I save before I exit. And boom. That's where it happens. Right there. That's the game object where you talk to her. So I can skip around the game pretty quickly that way. And then visually I can see here, like, and talking to her triggers a bunch of other things. That's what all this stuff is. Like the door is locked until you talk to her. I can even just like look at the scenes that include her as well. So all of these here, like, I can just click on one and just start the cutscene. you know what else is majorly useful? One of the most useful things in the whole game is my save editor. So I have the ability to store as assets save files. I can edit them. I can push, like I can save and load while the game is editing save files, so that when I go into a level, I can go in with a very specific set of skills, a very particular set of skills. No, like I can go in with like, okay, at this part of the game, you'll need to have done this and not that, and you'll have unlocked this, and you'll have this weapon. So let's play the game like that. That's very useful. And these are all the checkboxes of like the things that you can do in the game, the items you can have, the weapons, all that kind of stuff. So I can just push and pull those states to the game and then run them, just load into the game. Okay, this is demo part 4. It's the afternoon. We've already unlocked all the abilities in the game. So when I fight this guy, I can steal the ability from him because I've already unlocked the ability. But if I go instead to demo 4 at no progress, now it's daytime and I don't have a weapon and I can't unlock any abilities. Okay, what about like part 2 progress? Okay, now I have a weapon. It's still daytime. But do I have the ability? I'm not sure yet. We're going to find out. I think the answer will be yes. Nope, I don't have it. Okay. So, very useful. All right, taking a break. Be right back. Yo, yo. So much monsters. You still here, buddy? Sorry. I went for a decent break. A healthy break. Alrighty. What are we doing rest of the afternoon? Dude, I'm kind of tired. What do I want to do? Well, I'd like to import all of these. Done. Does it look any different? I don't think it will. Not to my eyes, only because I'm so used to it. Oh, whoa, whoa. Oof. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, it feels fine. Feels good. All right. So, question: what would you say to someone? Oh, what would you say someone? Sorry. What would you say someone should do if they make a game prototype based on an IP they clearly can't license? Try to just change the game to try and not match the IP, or just move on? What is the game? How closely linked is the IP to the mechanics? Okay. Oh, based on Severance. Conceptually, yeah, I can see how that would be hard to separate, because Severance as a TV show is very linked to the mechanic, if you will, of, yeah, the being split. I mean, if you want to be really, what's the word? If you're really serious about it and it's actually good, I would see if you could like license it, or like, I don't know, like maybe you could get funding from the studio, you know, like if it was actually something legit, maybe you could tie it into the show's next season release or something, you know. There's no rules saying you can't do that. But if you were just going to release it and you didn't really care, if it was for free, I'm sure you could just release it. If you wanted to make money off it, then I would try to change it enough so that it didn't trigger any kind of like IP stuff. I mean, don't make Mark and Helly. You know what I mean? Don't make the place called Lumen. All right, let's design a new character. Are we allowed to do that right now? No, I should be doing something else. I should be doing environment mockups, probably. You called it severed. Yeah, maybe that's not the best way to do it. Hey, Tartar Gravy, thanks for the sub. How you doing? Yeah, up to you. I don't really know how close it is to Severance, so. All right. So, I really need to get past this little hump that I'm on with this. I need to devise... I mean, the ground itself probably could just be dirt. I should be fine, but maybe I could do a loose tile set with it. Shepperton tile set. Street tiles. Yeah, it's these, but these are too small for what I wanted to do with it. And also, like, maybe it doesn't even need a tile set if it's all flat. I could probably just draw what I want it to look like and then just use that. So maybe like here, I literally just take this and do something with it. It would be really cool if I could have it be looped layers. Actually, that would be sick. But in any case, my goal for now is to... I think I'm missing kind of the sense of like dirtiness, I think. And I think that has to do with mostly the foreground, but I'm not actually sure. It looks really clean and blue and nice right now, but I think that's because I mostly don't have any of the kind of like the elements that would give it grime are not there. Apply grunge. Yeah. So how do I make forward progress here? I guess I could just go to the levels and start adding it in. Oops. What is it? It's really just that is the background, isn't it? But not even that. It's like the skybox and the palisade. I wonder if palisade is only supposed to have one L. Oh no, it's only one L. Oh well, what do I do? I have to change all of these files. I can do that, that's not too bad. Okay, so save that. These all get exported. Well, avoid not exported. So now we have that. Great. And then I suppose this could just be, if I move it out of here. Call it background, and then it's just that. The thing is, I don't think that this, I think I would want the background to be bigger, essentially. I don't want it to be a square. So I'll lock it and leave it. And then turn it into a prefab. All right. So I'd really just want to be able to go blop like that, and then just like that. Although, why didn't that go? Probably because it's too far in the back. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then okay, this, and this go there. That can just go. This, I don't know if it's allowed to even be there. Audio instances, global music controller. Why is that there? I don't think I need that. Door manager, those don't exist anymore. Damn, these are old. Okay. She is a character. These can stay where they are. Except these are all middle ground 0. These should be middle ground 0, 1. Better. Okay. Now we need the background, which for now I will grab this file, save as Misty background, and then I'll delete everything that's not the background. Now we just have this. And sprite canvas size 9, at least 960. Even 1280 would be probably appropriate. But like that. All right. I do play games, yeah, when I can. Which is not that often, honestly. Not as often as I'd like. But I do. What is this line right there? Oh, there's one there. Ah. Middle ground 1-0. 90, not 99. I'm not quite done yet. This is Unity, this engine. Good. And then we have our these buildings. There you go. Okay, I heard you say in a podcast you created a feature that you're using for this game from a game jam. Game jam seemed like a great way to test features, small features, to see if they'd be enjoyable for a bigger game. Yes. So, yeah. So basically, the short version of that story is that back in 2022, I was kind of stuck. I think it was 2022. Let's have a look. I made this game in, when was this? 4 years ago, 2022. So this game, I was kind of stuck on my game, on like Insignia at the time, in terms of how the abilities should function. And I was trying to, for a long time, I had been struggling between this vision that I had of the game being like, I knew I wanted there to be like spatial elements to platforming, like combat and platforming being kind of like, let me retake that sentence one more time. I knew that there were aspects of the game that I wanted to have puzzle platforming elements. Like, you need to be able to get up here, but you can't get up here normally. So what do you do? What do you have to do to get up here? What abilities can allow you to do that? And how do you get those abilities around the level? That was something that I wanted for a while, and I wanted to work those in with combat. So there was supposed to be like, you are earning combat abilities throughout the game. At the time, it was like just unlocking them at dungeons, basically, forever. And it wasn't really working. It was really hard to gate progression. It was really hard to make them interesting but not OP, useful but not one-size-fits-all tools for everything. And in that jam, I mean, I can play the game while I'm explaining it to you. So there's no jump button. You can just move left and right and confront trauma with space. So, all you can do is just walk left and right. And the game forces you to basically to this point where when you get those little pickups, it makes these pads not throw you around. And behind the pads are these cards. So the idea is that the pads represent traumatic moments in her life. The cards represent the processing the trauma. So you play the card to confront the trauma. So she had a breakup with somebody, and it's break up. So you go up. And that was kind of like the core idea that planted the seed for the current for Insignia's abilities, where it's like you have this ability, but you can't use it unless you're in a specific spot or under a specific condition in the level. So other traumatic memories and thoughts let her, process more of these pads and use her ability to get through. Now that's a pretty straightforward one, but as you go through the levels, you unlock more cards. So in this case, I'll show you. This is a setback card. She had a setback at work, but you can now use setback at the pad. You can't do anything at this pad, but you can do it on this pad to get across to the breakup card, which is hidden here. And now you can swap them. So you can play setback and breakup. So setback does nothing here, but if I swap them, now I can do breakup and setback to get up to this top of this ledge. I can't get across here, so I have to swap them back again. Now I can go straight across. So the idea of like chaining directional abilities at specific points in the level to do puzzle solving, that was done in like a 48-hour jam. And, it's not the most, it's not like a one-to-one thing. It was more of an inspiration of like, how do I solve this problem of like, I want to give the player agency, but I also don't want it to be like in this game, it's not an action game. You can solve this. If all you know how to do is press the space bar, you can solve this. So I can't get to that card yet, but I can get to this card. There's coming out and there's break up. Let's keep break up. So like the solution is have these cards in this order and then press space, right? I don't need to like do any cool, difficult controls. I just need to know what order I want to do things in and then press the space bar. So the idea of like, being able to queue things up and then solve the puzzle and then execute the puzzle is, that was something that I carried forward in Insignia as well. In Insignia, like is the background pre-rendered? No, it's not. It's a procedural. So the idea of like, I want the solution to a puzzle to be the big thing that that you need to overcome in the game, rather than to be fighting with the controls to do the puzzle platforming. That's the part that again has also made its way through to Insignia. Hey, Coach Ripkins. So an example would be in this level, there is this hedgehog. The hedgehog gives you this forward charge attack. Oh, oh, hang on. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So, Hedgehog gives you this forward charge attack. And these vines give you this wall climbing ability. So, using the ability in the right spot just lets you just go where you need to go. So here you can use this and then this. Oh, I kicked off. Hang on one sec. This and then this. Oh, it kicks off. I shouldn't. I should fix that. So like that and then that. It's like, it's a little puzzle, but you only have to press 2 buttons using abilities you picked up from the level. So you can see the similarities. Like here I can climb up this. The abilities don't require a lot of skill to use. It's not, you don't need skill to do that. It's just press the button to do the ability. But then in combat, you can get creative with them. You lose them after the level, yeah. What are the downsides of the climb anything mechanic? There are no downsides to any of the abilities. They're all good. They all do cool stuff. It just requires, you need to solve combat in the level to get access to those abilities. Oh yeah, the platforming does require skill, but not using the abilities is all I'm trying to say. So like, just being able to do this up kick, like, it is what it is, but it doesn't like break the level. The excavation game? Yeah, I did finish it. So this kick, this wall ascend doesn't let me climb that. And I can't climb this wall either. It's only the timber platforms. But again, it doesn't help me here because there's no timber. Oh. And not everything is useful for everything. So here, for example, if I want to go grab this feather, the kick doesn't let me get to it, nor does the charge. Whoop. Our ability is always directional. It feels kind of weird to me right now having an up ability in a down slot. That button on a controller is the jump button. So it's an up ability on the jump button, not on the down slot. The game is all about like opposites. So like in order to capture a down ability, a jump ability, you stab down. So like, it's just like the way the magic system's designed. So this enemy climbs up the thing, but you have to stab down to claim the power. And there's a bunch of different examples where that's the case. So like the hedgehog attacks forward, but you have to charge backwards to get it, to claim the power. So you backstep while it's charging at you, and that's how you capture the forward charge. So even though it's in the left slot, you use it to charge forward. And the yellow symbols at the top used to go downwards, like lightning. But to capture those abilities, you have to swing upwards at whatever's coming down at you. So there's logic. Don't worry. Thought process on picking current NPC death effect. It looks cool. And it allowed me to not have to design extra frames of animation. So they just go into the hertz frame and they just are dispensed of. That's the idea. I didn't want them to look like they were like getting like, you know, their heads cut off, you know. I wanted it to seem a little bit like detached. So they kind of just like, you know, it's a very like 1990s JRPG kind of thing to do. All right, what was I doing before we had all these questions? Oh yeah, someone was asking where I got the idea from. I was doing the buildings. That's what I was doing. Okay, left edge. Get you out of here. Left edge of this is going to go right there. Right edge is going to go right. I want to say there. Save it. Toggle it. Okay, still not happy, but it's looking much better, much closer to what I was expecting. I just don't think I'm seeing, I don't know what it was in the concept that I liked so much. To me, this looks really nice and grimy. Oh, it's the smokestacks. And then I guess the brown and black on the floor. That would be the biggest thing. Still looks pretty grimy here, if I'm being honest. But the smokestacks are really going to help. This trigger is so annoying. The digital aspect, I mean, the game is to a certain degree intended to not be ashamed of the fact that it's a video game, if that makes sense. Like, there are aspects of, you know, cutesiness that are designed to be there, like little visual conventions that are there for the purpose of saying, hey, like, this is a video game. Now, why does that do that? I guess because the camera, maybe it should be like more like that. Does it go down if it goes down? It should. Okay. So the difference between the zone camera and the scroll anchor. Ah, yes, that's what it is. What happens if I make the camera position the scroll anchor? So I take every parallax by depth component in this scene, and then I make all of their scroll anchors the zone camera. Oh, perfect. I actually got it. parallax effect on the buildings when making a close-up. Is that done using math transformations or animation? The game's parallax is currently all handled by one. Each thing that can do parallax has a script on it, and the script is only concerned with the camera position. It doesn't really know about. It's not about close-ups. It's just figuring out where should I move based on where the camera is. But because of how it works, it feels like when I move the camera, they move, you know? But they're not like specifically looking for a zoom. Also, when you zoom, I guess, let me think about this. Hang on a second. If I just start zooming, they don't inherently scroll. They don't parallax when you zoom. They parallax when the camera moves left or right. But when it zooms, if it moves at all, I think that's just more obvious. Anytime the camera moves left or right or up or down, you see the parallax kick in. Double? Well, let's not get crazy here. I think I want... Wait a second. Why is... I wasn't aware that was possible. Really? The zone camera can... Okay. I'd love to make it more overcast, but I don't think I can get away with it. I think I would need to shift all of the colors in all of the parts of the thing to make it do that. That's not right either. That's It's way too bright. But like, I suppose that's probably the color. It's not what I want yet. Indoor stuff. I don't know yet. Not really. I don't really parallax indoors. I don't think so. Depends on the scene. But typically no. I don't want that to look like that. I want it to look more like that. It doesn't look as deep as I remember it looking. I don't know what changed. Anyway, these buildings are going to go, and we get new buildings. If Toby Fox messaged me, I mean, I guess I would have to take him up on it. But I don't know if I would necessarily want to. I think it would just depend. His music's very different from what I have in the game right now. But I mean, like, he's Toby Fox, so, you know, maybe I would just say whatever you want, dude. Go for it. Oh, Tobey Maguire. Spider-Man? Yeah, dude. If Spider-Man wants to collab, I'm there. Not Granny. Oh, rest in peace, Margaret. The bazooka. Rest in peace, my granny. She got hit with a bazooka. Hey, Tim. Yeah, I'll show you the version that I'm really happy with. This prototype that I did came up a treat. Not that one. Actually, it is this, but I didn't have the ground involved. So hang on, let me see if I can rustle something up really quickly. Still not right. Oh, I took the background away. Okay, I guess it doesn't exist anymore. Actually, this was what I wanted. Like that. The height and the depth. Yeah, I'm really happy with it here. The way it kind of feels like you could have like the rim lighting off the edges here. Kind of feels like the sky is kind of like we're trapped a little bit down here and the sky's like up there. I haven't quite figured out the framing yet, but I want to do the framing either side as well in the black. I'm not quite sure why this doesn't feel like that here yet, but it doesn't yet. It feels a lot wider here. Maybe it literally is just that, those black sides framing it, just vignetting it. This is, where is this? Middle ground 114. Okay, so these need to be on like middle ground 1 like 10 or something. I think some of it's also just like what you can't see. And the other one was like the way that I have chimney smoke off the tops of the other ones. I guess the tree as well hurts it a bit. There's a few things here. It's like very, very specific. When the camera is shifted just a little bit, it changes it. Like if I bring the camera maybe down a little relative to that, and then bring this across a little bit and then up. Yeah, I think that's how I had it before. That's too much. But I do want it to behave this way when you're standing in the right spot. That's how that should work. Maybe these could be a bit darker. Right now they're quite bright. Hey, Super Pixel. Thank you so much. There is a trick I could use here. Let's see if we can pull it off. Literally just do that. And then just do that. And then take this and this, make them sliced. And then I can take that and I should be able to... No. No. I didn't quite do it right. It's this that goes all the way to there. Then, as I increase the width, I just get free stuff on the left side. Booyah. And then, as much as I love this and this, I might just get rid of them for now. Make sure these two have parallax by depth and put them in the foreground. Whoop. And they need to be much closer. Let's look at that zone camera. Yeah, I would have thought. Not bad. Dude, I literally just made this trick up and I love it already. It's so useful. You seeing this? I get to stretch it like infinitely. So like I can take this and just make more black at the bottom. I don't think we're getting enough parallax out of this. No, that's not right. That's better. Let's push it. How far can we go? Oh, that's way better. Oh, damn. Not sure I think I want to see the sky. So these can drop back down. But that is looking sick. And then I do want to see the palisades come across a little bit more like that. Yeah, buddy. And now I want to see the forest more. That's it. Cool. Hey, Baba Dubois. Even just one's really nice. Like just seeing that up there. And then I actually do have another one of these coming. Although this one is a retrofit of an older version. Yeah, sick. I do think that we could push all of the palisades back a lot further. I feel like for some reason the density is not nearly as deep as I thought it was going to be. I'm also a little bit concerned that the saturation boost that I use with the shader, I have like a screen space shader that boosts the saturation of the game just a little bit, but I feel like it like hurts the look of this one. Maybe I should just be okay with that. Like, look at how gray this is. And then I go into the game and it's like brighter. Yeah, I wanted the orange, but maybe you're right. Maybe I should push it back down. It's too happy. The thing is, it's not in Ace Bright. That's the problem. In Ace Bright, they're fine. It's just that I boost them in the game. Because the rest of the game is so desaturated. Okay, what I could do is add this to the palette, take it here, go through all of these, find that color, and then I think it's an edit adjustments, hue saturation. No. palette from Sprite. Oh, damn. That's a lot of dark colors. Okay, and then take this color, indexed, edit all of these. Like that. And then go back to RGB, load the default palette. I think I just have to be okay with it. Unless I remove the shader. Oh, it's there all the time? Wow. Okay, I left it on all the time. We get what we get. I had a good reason to do it. Yeah, I needed it. I needed it. There was too much. The palette restrictions were too much. They were choking the game out. It wasn't helping. Yeah. They still don't really look that far away. But also, this is background 1, and this is background 1. This should be background 0. Well, it also... Oh, do I want it to be in front or behind it? That's a good question. I think when I drew it, it was... I suppose I don't know where it was. I think we're looking at these two. Oh, they're behind. These are supposed to be behind. So these go... Okay. To there. That's better. I still... Yeah, I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay. I have to be okay with it. The trees are enormous. The trees are like multiple stories high. You can't even see the city from here. But this needs to be redone. I tried to do like a perspective shift. I don't think I got away with it. So, yeah, somehow I feel like we're not as like far away. Like in this version, yeah, everyone's... That camera is really forcing us to like there. And then everything is much higher, even beyond that point. So like this goes up to here maybe. That goes up to there. Then we can start raising these up. And these. But now these buildings look below ground level. Pretty similar. I think I'm just overexposed. I've just been looking at it for too long. And I just want to see that the ground is no good. I want to see that continuity along the ground. From the foreground to the background. It's just little things that are breaking it. These buildings need to come down. You, and you. Probably not that much, but... And then take the actual ground layer. Shift it down further. Bring all the people, shift them down. That's better. That's way better. Yeah, now I feel like we're there. This can go. Much, much, much better. Okay, but what am I seeing here? There's like something earthy that is... Is it that? Or is it... These are supposed to be not that far away. They really look like they are like so far away. That's like, yeah, that's not how I would do this. And I'm wondering what would I have to do to change it? I guess I could actually bring them forward. They do look pretty far away, but the scale's not right. I still don't know what's happening underneath. What am I looking at? I'm looking at... I think it's the bottom of the palisades. So, if I bring this down to exactly there, then I can bring it more to like middle ground. No, it still needs to be background. Like that. Closer. Okay. Hello. What's happening? Hello? Yeah, it looks sick. We're pretty much there. I knew I was cutting something off. Yeah, I'll have to do slices of ground at different depth layers, which I have done in the past. You know, you do like something like this there. In fact, we should be able to just pull it back. No. I think this has to go. Maybe all of the terrain. What is that? I know what that is. That's the back wall that we're seeing, which is on background -100, and then this is background -10. So as long as this is -8, we should... Nope. Ah, it's not low enough. I mean, not high enough. Hey, there we go. Cool. Okay. My scriptables window, I use it for instantiating scriptable objects in the game. Just making whatever I want. I got a bunch of them, so there's no easy way to create one. Otherwise, you got to go into some menu and fish for the one you want. Cool. Nice. I think I've got what I wanted. Okay. So then, yeah, I'd love to add the smokestacks. The chimney smoke, sorry. And then that could be somebody else's job, not mine. Or I'll use a particle system or something. Oh. Now I want to package this all up into something more modular. I don't know if I can. It might just have to be like this every time where we just... I don't know. I don't like how much setup that required of me. That didn't feel good. I also think I've made a mistake with oh, that looks so good. With these guys in the back. These are too big for where they're being placed. Maybe just that one there in particular. They just need to be like a lot flatter. Even the perspective is too much. And I think darker. Oh, that's way better. Yeah, darker. It kind of gives the impression that there's more like shadow happening. More like things obscuring other things. Mmm. Be cool to have some foreground smoke too, like just waving in off the corner, just wafting. Oh, thank you so much, Guda. That's really kind. Well, I mean, even this took me, you know, this is now like a week's worth of, not a week, over a week, like 2 or 3, 4 or 5 hours of mucking around. So I want to be able to take these. Pretty much just all of this I want to keep. Then I can go to like another level. Before I do that though, let's take the level scrolling bounds, the left and right edges, and adjust their heights. And then can I just paste that in here and go, oh, here we go again. So I kind of want to do that. But then we're going to delete you, and we're going to delete you, and we're going to delete you, and we're going to delete you. And we're going to take the palisade and shift it. Okay, not there yet. Okay, what is going on here? Audio instances, get out of here. Scene instances, get out of here. Camera influence, get out of here. This can go. That's fine. That can go. That can stay. These people can go into character. That's fine. Everything else is fine. And that works. The only thing is we don't have a zone camera. Let's push that in there. And then let's put it right there. And then let's get everybody who has a parallax by depth script and give them the zone camera. Okay. Is it start? All right. Let's get rid of, not get rid of you, but let's push you out this way. Push you out that way. You out that way. You drop to about there and then hide your renderer. Okay. And then you sit here, but now we've got to push everything out even further. Pretty cool. But I think I don't want the lane. I don't think I need that. I think instead I want to have this be buildings all the way across. Not bad. Maybe not that one though. And then we can just take that and span it out that way and do that or something. Did we lose the palisade? Where are you? Oh, it's all the way over there. I see what the problem is. We can't really see the palisade and have these things be here at the same time. They've got to kind of be more like that. In which case we have to bring this in. We're always like converging on something. Hello. Not bad. Wonder if I could tint this a bit more blue. Probably not. And I'm realizing that all of this is nonsense. I can't even use it because I'm only ever showing this part. Unless I want to do this and have it be all the way across, which is fine. It just sort of doesn't afford for any kind of structure in the level. Like it's just noise at that point. I don't get a sense of there being like a street or anything like that. It's not bad what I was doing here. I just think maybe I do want the lane. But I'll take the lane and I'll remove the very far back. Just to get something. And then I'll need like one more layer here, I think, of building shapes. I think it's just this gray kind of in the palisade it's not enough. This here needs building shapes through it. I'm going to do what's called a pro gamer move. It mightn't even be enough. Might have to be like all the way up here. Yeah. I'm just making something up here. Yeah, basically that. And then here, I would need to be a lot more specific about these. I don't usually use stamps like that, but for now it's probably not a bad idea. This is the second city in the game. This is Cheverton. Oh, that's nice. But maybe even further? I'm not quite happy. This I love. This, not so much just yet. I think I need like the floor of this. The fact that I don't have a base of the building's weird. I'll need to put in like, I think what I want is this brown is a stand-in for what's going to be like basically a strip of street with like grooves where cart tracks have been. Why do they feel like they're so close when they're that far away? I guess I could just force it back. Oh. 2. All right. I think I gotta go. This job is not a good one for me. Because I will literally just do it all day. I'll just sit here tweaking. No, I need like the base of this building. Suppose I could just make it. Something like that. much better already. Way better. I want the focus of the camera to be tighter. It's such a... You know what? I'm making a decision. Ah, that's too close. Well, if I bring the camera down, it might be okay, actually. It's actually pretty good. I wish I could go out. I wish I could pull the camera out just a little bit. Like, I wish I could go to like there and then come up to like there. That would be my ideal. But I can't do that comfortably. This has got to be 1.8. Okay. Still looks really good. Oh. My poor neck though. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is garbage. I can't see anything. I'll propagate it across all the rest of the scenes. I think we finally have something that I like though for this town. I also have this. This is going to get updated with these colors soon. Oh, I don't know. Pals, I gotta go. Dinner calls. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Appreciate you coming. And if you like this content, please do wishlist Insignia on Steam. Gosh, I get so caught up between those. Steam, Stream, Twitch. It's available. You can also playtest the game right now. If you haven't done so already, you can sign up and I let people in periodically to playtest chapter 1 at the very least. There will be a new version soon. I'm just waiting for some graphics to be finished by the team, and then we'll be playtesting the Langston enemy. So yeah. Sweet. Thank you so much, everyone. That's the stream. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Where are we dropping? Hypnotic games. Thanks, everybody. Well, that's the stream. As always, thank you so much for watching. I have been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.